innovation. We will quickly start off today's first session under the topic of tracking and tracing technology for halal quality control. We have 4 very special speakers today. The first topic will be on OIC CIMIC standards on halal issue and halal quality infrastructure. A speaker will be His Excellency Ihsan Ovid, CIMIC Secretary General. The second topic of the importance of knife sharpness and position of slaughter, Sharia perspective and scientific validation by Professor Dr. Awis Kurni Zazili. The third topic, current status of halal policy and future prospect for developing halal food system in Pakistan by Dr. Abdul Sattar Shah. And lastly for this session, the topic of molecular-based approaches for detection and quantitation of animal species material in edible gelatin by Dr. Polpimon Mahamat. Our moderator for this session will be Professor Dr. Fakir Muhammad Anjum. Allow me to briefly introduce you to our moderator for today. Dr. Muhammad has received his PhD in grain science from Kansas State University, Manhattan, USA, and also a PhD in food technology from University of Agriculture, Pakistan. And he's currently the Chief Executive Officer of Islamic Food and Nutrition Council of America in Pakistan. Please welcome Dr. Fakir Muhammad Anjum on the stage.
नहमदुहु व नसल्ली अला रसूलिहिल करीम औज़ु बिल्लाहि मिनश शैतानिर रजीम बिस्मिल्लाहिर रहमानिर रहीम अल्हम्दुलिल्लाहि रब्बिल आलमीन अर्रहमानिर रहीम मालिकि यौमिद्दीन इय्याका नअबुदु व इय्याका नस्तईन इहदिनस सिरातल मुस्तक़ीम सिरातल लज़ीना अनअमता अलैहिम गैरिल मग़दूबि अलैहिम वलद्दालीन. Ladies and gentlemen, we start today's second day session first, which is on tracking and tracing technology for halal quality control. During this session, 4 learned speakers will present give their presentations on different topics relating to the halal quality. Halal quality is very important with respect to halal, because when we say halal and tayyiban, all part encompasses all the quality standards which are being implemented internationally, and due to that it adds value with the halal certification. So first of all, I will request our honorable speaker, His Excellency Ihsan Ovid, who is the Secretary General of Standards and Metrology Institute for Islamic countries, CIMIC, Turkey. He will give presentation on he will give welcoming remarks of policy major. He will give The topic of his presentation is OIC CIMIC standards on halal issues and halal quality infrastructure. May I request His Excellency Brother Ihsan to please give his presentation.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Good morning, everybody. Dear moderator, dear brothers and sisters, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Today, shortly, we'll give information about, as my colleague yesterday talked about CMIC, OIC, and structure of CMIC, and then maybe something will be repeated. Then I will continue with our structure and Islamic rules in OIC standards. And I will talk about the halal quality infrastructure, inshallah, in next 10-15 minutes. Shortly, when we say what is OIC, OIC is the second largest intergovernmental organization after the United Nations, established in 1969. Have 57 member states spread our 4 continents, and the OIC is the collective voice of the Muslim all around the world. When back to CMIC, shortly, what is CMIC? CMIC is treaty-based, established by the international agreement, is intergovernmental organization, is a technical institute, and affiliated to OIC, established by OIC, but by the member states, not directly by OIC. We are independent institutions. That's the reason our activities is not managed by the OIC directly, as we have our own members, our own management, etc. As a structurally, we are recognized as an international government organization, by the Turkish government, has a diplomatic status in Turkey. It's officially established in August 2010. Our headquarters is located in Istanbul, Turkey. We are not giving any halal logos. We are just a regulating authority. When look the main objective of CMIC, shortly what we are doing, our first primary objective is to prepare all type standards for OIC member states, but our priority is on halal standards because of we are mandated by OIC to develop all type standards, but first for all halal issues from product management, certification, accreditation, etc. And then we are looking to achieve uniformity in standardization, metrology, and testing laboratory, etc. for the member states. And then third group, we are provide technical assistance to our member states, LDC countries, and to help them to be compete with the other members, have some organs or have some institutions and activities in their countries, especially for the African majority, we have this group. And there's a fourth group to establish a conformity assessment scheme. It means halal management system or halal quality infrastructure is our under responsibility of CMIC given by the OIC. This is our objective. CMIC has a long history. As a project started in 1985 as an idea, nearly 14 years studying how we establish an institution, and finally, in 1999, reached a consensus, decided to establish independent institutions, and this is the agreement, establish agreement treaty as a statute, open to member state signature and ratification procedures. Nearly 11 years we waited for this procedure because according to our statute, we need at least 10 members should be signed and ratified. Alhamdulillah, in the 2010, officially, we reached this number, and then we start to work during between 10 and 12, 2010 and 12. We finalized the official procedures, and then actively we work in all activities in 2012. Gradually, CMIC developed from 13 members. Each year, 5, 10 members came. And then in 2017, there's a radical change in our statute and their structure. Before, everything was centralized, was conducted by General Secretariat. In 2017, we changed our approach to be generally controlled only with General Secretariat. After this year, all activities governed, managed by the member states. We established 3 main councils for the technical issues, accreditation, metrology, and standards councils. They're just informative. Last 5 years, 6 years, what we did. Alhamdulillah, we reached 47 member states. These are our main documents. We have our statute, as I said, it's a treaty agreement. We have rules of procedure for the activities. Important issues. We have directives for how standards we develop it. And we have a new strategic plan for 10 years, 2021, 2030. As I said, we have 47 member states. Here maybe you see 46 because in the 1st of January will be 47 with new members. 44 will be full 3 observers. Our 3 membership belong to OIC membership. If a country is an observer in OIC, it will be observer like Thailand, the Russian Federation, and Bosnia and Herzegovina. As they are observer in the OIC, they can only be observer. Observers just can do all activities, attend, but not having voting right. The other issues is similar to the full members. This is our vision. Vision is to create a quality infrastructure that improves economy, welfare, and protects our member states. This is a new vision, is adapted in 2021. Mission is, this is our new strategic plan. We have 3 main goals. One is about standards, one is about the support the members. These other about the enhanced and quality infrastructure of the and integrity with the members belong to schemes, etc. These are our all strategic priorities, goals, and etc. Just informative. Here, as my colleague yesterday said, I have to once stay here for a short 30 seconds about standards. Why we have to be talk about standards in halal sector? This terminology is sometimes using wrongly. Many, as Brother Yusuf used to say, many companies, CBs, has some documents, but they are not standard, cannot be considered as standards because of the nature of this, the document, company document. A standard should be prepared by consensus, approved by the recognized body in a county. Each county has a standards bodies, or regional like CIMIC or another county has, or international like ISO, IAC, etc. These organizations should approve this document finally. Approve means members are approving in the final stage, but owner is standards bodies. And this standard should be, during preparation standards, all stakeholders should be active, have a rule. From universities, from consumer associations, from the individual approach or researcher, public, non-public, standards, certification bodies, accreditation bodies, all stakeholders should be part of the activities. Otherwise, it cannot be considered standards. And standards should be used by everybody. Yeah, if there's a standards, same standard should be used by everybody. That should be common, not put X company has own standards. Malaysia has its own standard, it's Malaysian standard only. Each Turkish standards cannot be international, cannot impose the other countries. This is also the big barrier to trade. If you talk standards, it could be common use for anyone. If in your hand, it's your own document, not standards, and to be repeated and should be voluntary because the standards not a regulated document. Anytime can be changed. This is the type of the stakeholders, as I said, Chamber of Commerce, research institutes, industry, consumers, private sectors, government organization, non-government organization, all should be have a voice in the standards preparation times. Now back to the words about my title, what's the quality infrastructure, is essential of the main issue of the world for trade. All unions are studying this terminology, European Union, other unions. The first chapter is about this structure. Each country should have a structure about standardization, metrology, accreditation, conformity assessment, etc., etc. If you don't have this system, you cannot make trade, free trade, etc. That reason they says establish national institutes like metrology, like standards, like accreditation. These three of them is governmental, public institution, directly by government or authorized by the government. In some countries, the organization for standards, like English STEM or other systems, they have a royalty degrees. But in like a country like us, it is an institution directly opened by the government. This belongs to the structure of the government, but it should be public. Standards, metrology, and accreditation. That is our main topics. In CIMIC, we have three main organs: standards, metrology, and accreditation. The others belong to the up to the standards. You have standards. If you don't have standards, you cannot talk about certification. You cannot talk about inspection. You cannot talk about the testing. You cannot talk about calibration activities. Each thing will come after the standards. This is the word system for all type products. If you don't have this system, WTO and other organization cannot recognize your system. You cannot trade anything to the other countries. Already in the world, each country has this system. Some of them directly established in the same name. When you look the countries, they say we have national standards bodies. They just copy it from here. They have a National Metrology Institute in Turkey, for example. Name of the official organization, National Metrology Institute. They didn't create a name for them, just copy it, but already they have. For halal sectors, back to our issues, halal conformity assessment, we need standards, we need certification, accreditation, but these all standards for accreditation and certification should be based on single standards for the general issues. Just to talk about this pyramid. This pyramid was studied under the CIMIC on behalf of OIC member states nearly 7 years. Alhamdulillah, last year we finalized, agree on a system. In the right side, you see the standards names. Under the bottom of pyramid, there is a standards for product, services, management, etc. With producers, for manufacturers. In bottom, second level, certification standards. Certification based on single, should be on single standards by governmental or public or intergovernmental organizations can be done. But on the third level, accreditation body, accreditation should be one organization in each country. This is all for all products with halal issue in halal infrastructure. This is the OIC model. The name is of this OIC Global Halal Quality Infrastructure. Now we are studying on the top of the pyramid, mutual recognition. We established our accreditation council is authorized for this issue. Now they're studying on the establish a single authority for all over the world. As the same, we in all products like IF and ILAC model, same structure will be. If any accredited CB certification will be recognized by the other all signatories, one time certificate, one time testing, one time have a test laboratories, except everywhere. One time, one certificate, except everywhere. This is our new slogan. This is our future vision. Now, it means nearly 90% of the study is finished. All OIC members agree on this system. This also we sent to the OIC. OIC they agree on this system. I just here want to talk two issues, just confusing about halal certification. We have now in our world, we have two systems. One is the national recognition models, as we have in this territory, and others, accreditation models. We have to finish this completion, these controversial issues, because of the national recognition refers to basic compliance with the rules of a country. For example, if Turkey says, I have a model, I have a single authority, and then I prepare a list. If you are in my list, I will recognize you. What they are doing, Turkey says, I have a monopoly system. If you want to trade to my country, you have to be recognized by me. It means I am boss of all of you. At the end of the day, these all things just for Turkey, not for other countries, what for Pakistan, what for the Malaysia, Indonesia, this system recognition, anti-humanity and anti-reality. Before, maybe there's a need. They want to protect their market, they want to use the real halal or be sure about halalness, but it was past. Now time to be more cooperative and more work together. And that reason, national recognition should be in the past. We have to have accreditation, single accreditation, one-time certification, and recognize and accept everywhere. And as it was seen, with the system, each level we have to have standards. Without standard, you cannot have a system. Standards from raw material, from the needs to end user as a system. At the end of the day, there will be compliant handling and audit management, etc., warranty for the products, and we as a consumer will be happy, will be satisfied with this system. The benefit of this system, there will be real traceability, all type corruptions will be finished, and increase of the consumer trust on halal. We will respect halal logos because we can control them. We have know who give this logo, who signed, who is behind, which type standard they use it, which labs they use it. Also, in the system, you will see all informations, and then if you have this all information, mutual recognition will be easy for you. The system will be managed by professionals and established by a trustworthy joint system, and we will diminish technical barriers to trade. Inshallah, we will have a full halal all as a result. This is our new system. Back to CIMIC. What is CIMIC? Shortly, I will give some information about CIMIC, and then as standard, I will finish it, inshallah. CIMIC has organs, the General Assembly, all members here, our supreme decision-making organs. We have a board of directors. These important organs have 13 members, but all technical issues and the other membership issues are decided this in the authority. We have 3 councils, as I said, for technical issues, accreditations, for the recognition and other issues under this council. This council has 12 national accreditation bodies for management, but all OIC members and observers, also the member of councils. Till now, we didn't organize any council meeting. We only organized the management council of the council, but starting this year, next year, inshallah, we invite all members to see how it's going under the CIMIC and for the future of the recognition, etc., inshallah. We have a metrology council, metrology very technical, scientific issues. They are researcher and the scientists, there are many discussion about the future of halal methodology is one of the issue of them. For standardization, we have organs like as a council consist of 9 members. Members are controlling standard activities, appoint the chairman and technical committees, establish technical committees, performance of them, etc. Our standards short name is OIC CIMIC. Why we use OIC? Because we are preparing CIMIC standards for OIC members, not for CIMIC members only. If a country is not CIMIC members, does not mean they cannot use it. It's voluntary issues. For standardization world, 5 members are working. It means these 5 voluntary countries working for all members. Because we are not doing any political issues, we are in the technical issues. You have the volunteers, you have the pioneers, you have the leaders. If you don't have the leaders, don't working pioneers, you cannot reach anything. It's very important. Standardization is like engineering. If you don't have a real standard engineer, you cannot finalize anything because standards language is different, standards working really different. In many countries like Germany, like England, China, other countries reach their economy, support the economy with the standardization engineering. They give the standards free to the suppliers, to the receivers for their product, for the markets as a policy. The standards very important, not as a daily work of book any handbook or writing any book, etc. You should be real professional. In technical, we have technical committees. Each technical committee is international organizations. Each committee has title, scope, work programs, a business plan, and has full members. Each committee is designated to a country. Countries have a secretary, is a permanent, appointed chair. Chair is for 3 years, can be renewed, and have full members, observers like any organizations. Each committee should have experts. Experts is very important in standards activities. If you don't have real experts, you cannot reach anything. In technical committees, representation is not, it's symbolic, but experts should become same. Experts should attend all meetings, all activities. If you change your experts, you will lose many things. And we have also invited observers, scientists for these activities. Standards and activities doing according to these main documents, directives. First directive about procedure for how a technical committee work. It is about the structuring of the or drafting of standards. We have 2 guides. One is for the adoption. One is for the distribution and sale of standards. This is for member states, this guides. But for adoption, anyone can use and start no need for implementation. But we will be happy to adopt in national members because for the local market, for the internal market, adoption is very important. Turkey, for example, adopt all CIMIC standards. Tunisia, Morocco, many countries, Africa is adopt. Some countries like in Gulf, they adapt, but they modify it. They remove some parts. For example, our standards for certification, it says authority should be Muslim. They removed from, I don't know why they did it. But this, if you modified anything, it's not original standards. Standards should be as it is. If you have concern about country, you can make in forward or any place. I will add something, but standards is minimum. As you seen yesterday, one of our speakers said, luxury something. This is the upper standards. We are talking about the minimum one. Upper is belong to you. It's a trade. For trade, not in our hand, because the Muslim we have to be very careful. We have to not be musrif, inshallah. And shortly give the information about our committees. This you can see halal from halal food issues, cosmetics. For the halal issue, we have tourism, halal supply chain, halal management system, terminology, halal pharmaceutics, etc. All activities stand as a project, approach based. We have to wait for this stage. Not easy to publish a standards. Sometimes you have to wait 2 years, 3 years for publish a standards. For cosmetic, for example, wait 5 years. We also need fatwa from Islamic Fiqh Academy. It's not easy to receive a fatwa for them. Sometimes you have to wait 3 years. But the council is not easy to make decisions about alcohol, etc., etc. Many years we waited. Alhamdulillah, now they answer all questions. That is our standard suddenly published in after 2018-19. Just give some statistic. We have published 50 standards, 17 of them about halal issues, and the 2 new standards will be in the list. One is about halal inspection, the other is about halal animal feeds. End of the year or next month, it will be in the list published. 27 standards developed by the Islamic committees. We have some adapted standards from ISO for petroleum products. Committee are free to adapt or develop any standards. We cannot interfere their activities. Just shortly says something about the fatwa issues and the standards, Islamic rules in the OIC standards. Our main organs, main fatwa authorities, International Islamic Academy is the OIC institutions, subsidiary organs, compose all mazhabs. Normally we know 4 mazhab, but in this academy they have 8 group, because some very small group there. Also, Jafari mazhab is there. Their consensus on issues. We received only fatwa. We sent all documents, all questions to this institution. We have a specific fatwa for the certification and confirmation area. Here, for example, some quoted from this fatwa: accreditation bodies and certification bodies shall be owned and directed by Muslim only. It means a non-Muslim cannot do any certification and accreditation activities. Only OIC institutions can do accreditation, but certification can do by anyone. Should be Muslim, not enough. Everything should be Muslim. Key person, decision makers, and etc. should be Muslims. Driver, maybe some people stuff can be local, but we should be remember always, halal is a sovereign issue of Islamic Ummah. This is a list of our standards, can find from websites, but 3 standards, first 3 standards are very important because they are prepared by the OIC before CIMIC. One is for halal food, one is certification accreditation. In 2010, OIC prepared and then adopted by the COMSEC coordination office or by member states as a basic document for all members. When established CIMIC, in 2011, we moved this, transferred to CIMIC. After nearly 7 years, 8 years studied, these standards has changed, radical change, because technology and approach and reference standard has been changed. Standards, majority reference international practices, and then we have all standards have Islamic rules, certain fatwas. The general information can be find any place. Final words. OIC standard, the result of common study and achievement of OIC members and its partners through the technical committees. CIMIC is the common platform set of all stakeholders. It's not only for the members only, because we invite experts also. The OIC standards are the common standard for Muslim world and all interested parties. Thank you for your attention. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Thank you very much, Brother Ahsan, for giving detailed presentation about the function and activities, achievements of CIMAC. I must congratulate you for having the harmonized standards, which was a very difficult task, but under your dynamic leadership, all the countries agreed on the minimum standards which is harmonized standard and applicable all over the world. I must congratulate you. I will suggest that the standards and other activities are mainly dependent on documents. What we should also think that there should be international halal laboratory for backup of these standards, so that we should not be dependent on others for getting analytical results. There should be the international laboratory which will be a referee laboratory for the disputes where we could not we could have some problems regarding halal issues. So thank you once again, thank you very much, and congratulate for harmonizing the standards. So thank you very much. Our next speaker is Dr. Awais Karni Sazel. He is Director Halal Products Research Institute, University of Uttar Malaya. He will give presentation on importance of knife sharpness and position for slaughter, Sharia perspective and scientific validation. Dr. Awais Karni, please.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillah bil alamin wassalatu wassalamu ala asrafil anbiya wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh, and a very good morning. First and foremost, I thank Professor Moderator and of course everyone in the hall. Allow me to share some information with all of you in the next 20 minutes. So the title of my presentation is Importance of Knife Sharpness and the Position for Slaughter, the Sharia Perspective and Scientific Validation. So first, we got to make ourselves clear on slaughter, how it is defined. There are many definitions. So one of the common definitions that I would like to share with all of you is that it is actually a process of cutting the throat or the neck of the animals to sever the four major structures which are parallel in terms of their orientation along the neck or the neck region. They are the trachea, esophagus, the major blood vessels, which are the carotid arteries, the jugular veins, to remove as much blood as possible. There's no way that we could remove 100% of the blood, but the most perfect slaughter in the world could only remove 60% of the total amount of blood present in the body of the animal. And the main objective of slaughter is to hasten death, to speed up death. The more the blood that we could release from the bleeding, the earlier the animal will die. So the less or the shorter the episode of suffering that the animal will experience. And of course, by removing as much blood as possible, we could also ensure that the products, meat and meat products, are of extended shelf life. Yeah? Okay. So this is to show you why blood is so crucial. Yeah? The more blood or the lesser amount of blood remain in the carcass or in the dead animals or the muscle which soon will be converted to meat, the better the stability of the meat and meat products or the shelf life. According to Charles Darwin, who believed that all of us evolved from the apes, yeah, but there's one thing that I must agree is that he reckoned that there's no fundamental difference between man and animals in terms of their ability to feel pleasure, pain, happiness, and misery. Why? Because the livestock, the animals that we are slaughtering for the meat, for the halal meat, they are all sentient animals. They are of highly developed nervous system, so they could feel all these kind of feelings. Yeah. According to one of the surah, this is in the Surah Al-Ma'idah, verse 87 to 88, halalan toiban is not a new emerging concept. It is already stated in the Holy Quran. Yeah? So halal should be coupled with toiban. So the toiban aspect within the context of slaughtering of animals should be much related to ihsan, or the welfare, how well or how humane animals are handled or killed, yeah, for their meat. So Islam prescribes proper animal welfare guidelines to be followed during slaughter as per the Sharia law, which are mostly interpreted from the Quran and Hadith. So of course, during the slaughter, the animal should be properly restrained or handled. Mostly, the sunnah practice is by placing animal onto the ground on the lateral recumbent. Yeah? And there are also practices in some of the countries, especially in the European countries, they slaughter animals for halal slaughter in upright position or while animals are standing. So, and of course, most importantly, apart from the position of the slaughter, the knife must be extremely sharp or razor sharp. Well, the sharper the knife, the better for the animal. So there is an urgency for us from the scientific perspective. We must come up with scientific evidence to prove or to disprove, why the slaughter position as well as the knife sharpness are so crucial or important. According to Helmet and the Meat Livestock Association, knife should be twice. The length of the knife must be twice the neck circumference. If you use short knife, then we will tend to, to do the sawing action on the neck. So more sawing action, back and forth, means more painful to the animals. Yeah. These are some of the points I would like to share. There are many others. So, but the bottom line is that while animals are still alive, they must be subjected through an episode that that would render them not too much of a stressful, unnecessary distress and unpleasant condition. Just one thing, we could ensure this by ensuring that the knife is properly sharpened. Okay, and some scientific facts are as listed here. I'm not going to read through all the points, because of the time constraint. But again, you can see the last point, there is a small incremental improvement in sharpness, which might result in a huge productivity, not only the welfare as well as the economic perspective. Yeah, and then the third point here, it has been reported that 80% of people, especially the slaughtermen, who for some reason they don't really realize that the knives should be properly sharpened when it comes to killing of these animals for their meat and meat products. So these are a number of Sharia perspective of slaughter position and why we should properly restrain the animals. Yeah, okay. All right, I just want to share this with you. This happened to be in the area of, my place where I used to live during the Korban. So what happened to this animal was that the animal was partially cut, the neck, and it was like this for about an hour, 60 minutes of suffering. So the slaughterman thought that, there could be something wrong with the animal, but actually not. It's much to do with the sharpness of the knife and, of course, the skills of the slaughterman. So 60 minutes of suffering until we decided to bring the animal back to the ground and slaughter for the second time. Yeah? All right. So this is a short animation to explain or to allow me to share with everyone about false aneurysm a medical terminology for false aneurysm is a natural phenomenon, whereby, maybe I should turn on the video for a while. So when we cut the blood vessels, particularly the carotid arteries carry oxygenated blood to the brain especially, and to the other cells in the body. So the pressure is of high pressure, yeah, to ensure that the oxygen could be delivered to the brain, which is at the uppermost part of the body against the gravitational force. So in that case, okay, if we could see again, so there's a clogging. When we cut the vessel, the walls of the blood vessel tend to thicken, yeah, and this is a process known as carotid arteries ballooning, just like when you blow a balloon. Why? Because there's a reflex, auto-reflex from the brain. The brain is still functioning. The brain tells the blood vessel, the walls, to thicken, so that eventually the open part of the blood vessel will become clogged, to ensure that the blood pressure is maintained, and further to ensure that the brain could continue to function. And remember, when the brain is still working, through receiving oxygenated blood, yeah, the cells of the brain. So while the brain is still functioning, the distress, the stress, the unpleasant conditions are, to be experienced by this animal. Meaning that the sensibility is still there. Animals are still fully conscious, and they could experience all these kind of distress condition, yeah? Okay. Back to the video that I've shared with you, the animal which was cut, and it was in standing position for about an hour. So if you look at the top diagram, the picture, the blood-tinged trachea, usually our respiratory tract should appear normal like the one at the bottom, without any blood tinge. But in that case, there was a blood aspiration, because the animal died. The animal took too long time to attain death, so that has resulted to aspirated blood. Blood has been aspirated into the trachea, probably into the lung, and this is actually very, very painful to the animal. Yeah. Another short video, we can see that this is a rather an unsuccessful slaughter or neck cut, a failed neck cut. Even though it's failed, but that animal, the goat in that video, had already registered the first experience, the first unnecessary suffering, already registered. Even though they sharpened the knife and conduct the second slaughter, but the first experience was already stressful to this animal. The animal, of course, couldn't speak, couldn't tell how they felt. But of course, if we have taken the blood sample to the lab, we could see elevation of all stress-related hormones, yeah, clearly. Okay, I would like to bring you back to the 4 conditions of halal slaughter, the 4 pillars. I would just, I decided to come up with such diagram, 4 pillars, yeah, underneath a roof. Okay, which are the first component, the animals. The animals that we want to slaughter must be of halal animals. Yeah, otherwise the halal slaughter will not be a valid halal slaughter. So secondly, the slaughterer, the personnel. The personnel must be, a Muslim, a mentally sound Muslim, mumayyiz, yeah, and of course to fulfill the other criteria. Then only the halal slaughter is, regarded as valid. Third component, the tools and devices. In this aspect, our main concern is the knife. Of course, nowadays, currently, there are, bone, tooth, all those are no longer being used, but we got to bear in mind that there are ceramic knives in the market. Ceramic could be derived from bone ash. And again, if we use ceramic knife, the slaughter is no longer halal, yeah? Because of the device. But the emphasis here is on the sharpness. Okay, finally, the process. Process, we are talking about pre-slaughter handling. For example, like, the application of stunning, yeah, pre-slaughter, as well as in this presentation, in this sharing, I would like to emphasize on the slaughter position. So if one collapses, the roof collapses as well, yeah? So the same applies to the other component. Let me bring you to the principles of freedom, the 5 freedoms principles in animal, not only pertaining to the companion animal, the dogs, the cats, those are companion animals, but also there is livestock, animals which are raised for their commodity, either they are raised for the milk, for the eggs, for their wool, or for the meat. Yeah. So animals must be ensured that they are free from all those in the list, the 5 freedoms. Meaning that if I want to kill an animal, I must ensure that the animal is free to express its normal behavior, free from all sorts of pain, injury, diseases, behave normally, as well as the fear and distress. Okay, now I try not to make it too scientific, rather. So we have conducted experiment, 2 experiments. One to look at the effects or influence of knife sharpness. Okay, we involve 10 crossbred cattle. The other one, we determine the influence of slaughter position, also involve 10 animals. This is rather more complex, but I just like to share with you how stress could affect, finally, eventually, the parameter that we are going to observe, physiologically. So these are some of the parameters that we observe in the study. We assess pain and stress, first through the physiological changes, that one, okay? Secondly, the electroencephalogram, not electrocardiogram. Electrocardiogram, or also known as ECG, is meant for the heart, but this is for the brain activity, So for the details, maybe you can refer to the article that we had already published. So on top of that, we also examine the blood biochemical changes, some biochemical parameters in the blood, as well as stress-related hormones. Okay, so these are for the blood parameters, how they reflect whether animals were already predisposed to stressful or not stressful condition. So the electroencephalogram, you can see the brain wave, the pattern of the brain wave underneath. So the arrow and the circle, that indicates the point of slaughter. The moment we slaughter the animal, the brain activity will take some time to reach to the deep sleep mode. Deep sleep means there's no longer microvolt or amplitudes of brain activity, meaning that the animal is completely dead. Okay? All right, so some information about the knife that we use. We keep everything constant, the type, the length, and the sharpness of the knife. So these are the scores. Through the instrument that I'm going to share with you, how it looks like. So we managed to score the knife sharpness. Usually, the knife sharpness cannot be objectively quantified or measured. You can just slit through a piece of paper or cut slightly your finger, then you can tell that whether it's sharp or blunt. But for this work, there's a range of scores. So the higher the score, the sharper the knife. So as also depicted in this diagram, you can see the peak, the curve, okay, which indicates the level of the sharpness. So another short video, one of my PhD students who studied about knife for the thesis. So he's demonstrating how knife sharpening should be carried out. Not back and forth, but one direction instead. Okay, another one. Most of the rabbi for the shechita slaughter, this is how they usually test the knife sharpness by gently pass through the cutting edge onto the finger without really cutting the finger, but through experience he knows whether there's any chipping irregularity of the cutting edge or whether the sharpness is well distributed throughout the cutting edge of the knife from the tip to the other end. Okay, the same student, he's going to show us this knife was properly sharpened and the score was 8.5. So look at how easy, you know, the knife slid through a piece of 80 grams paper. Yeah, as easy as that. So the layman can easily use this technique without having to, you know, buy sophisticated equipment or whatnot. Okay, further to that, so I just want to show you the type of knife. This is the Anago knife sharpness testing device, linked up to the program, in the computer, how we analyze. Yeah. So the other example, this is how we measure the knife sharpness. You can see it's a bit, jerky. While the knife is cutting through the test media, the fabric test media, jerky, suggesting that the knife is not so sharp. And also you can see in the video how the peaks appear like. And he's going to take another piece of 80-gram paper and slit through. The score is 6.5, slightly lower than the one that we have seen just now, 8.5, 8.0. Yeah? So not even 80-gram piece of paper. Just imagine if there's a need, if a personnel who has not tested the knife prior to the slaughter, he may be using this knife to cut the neck of the animal. And he will force himself to ensure that the cutting is successful, but it's going to be very, very distressed and painful to the animal, yeah? Right. So the publication that I told you just now, so we managed to publish in a Q1 journal. So as highlighted, yeah, in the results, so we have clearly, scientifically shown that, the sharper knife, the better in terms of the, the welfare, as observed through the pain assessment and the brain activity as well as the other blood biochemical parameters. Okay, we come to the next experiment, the slaughter position. So we compared between lateral on the left side, the sunnah practice, yeah? Sunnah means practice, done by Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, in comparison with the upright slaughter. The modern halal slaughter practices in the Western country, they usually slaughter the animal while animals are standing. Because one of the scientists, Velare et al., 2014, in the UK, they carried out a work. They claim that having animals slaughtered in upright position is better in terms of its bleeding efficiency, as well as that result to less struggling and vocalization of the animals, favorable to the animal. But we want to prove, yeah? So we conducted the study. So you can see, this is the lateral. We use the Mark IV slaughter box, and this is the upright slaughter. And we found out that actually the one on the lateral position is more humane, more ihsan, better in terms of welfare of the animals. Yeah? The same parameter that we studied for the knife sharpness, the brain, the blood biochemical parameter, as well as the the other stress and pain assessment. Okay, as for the summary, I would summarize that slaughter animals using sharp knife, is scientifically proven that it is better, yeah, in terms of welfare of the animal. So, and the slaughter position, having animals restrained on the side, on the left, actually much better, because the weight of the animal is actually helping, assisting, more blood to be removed by pressing the heart on the left. Yes, so more blood has been removed. There are some other data that I don't have time to share, but you can go to the articles. We also analyzed the meat quality aspect. Okay, and as for the conclusion, while animals are still alive, alive means before the neck cut, during the neck cut, until the animal is completely dead. Remember, when we cut the neck, some animals may take up to 5 minutes. 5 means 300 seconds. Some animals may take longer, Some may take shorter time. So whichever period of time required for them to attain death, so that is actually the episode of suffering. Yeah, so meaning that the quality life. So while they are still alive, we might ensure that the quality life is well taken care of. Why? Because in return, they are going to give us back good quality products. When we consume quality products, we ourselves, we were able to ensure that we are of a better quality life as consumers. So again, the 4 conditions of halal slaughter is also important in terms of preserving, ensuring that animals are properly handled. Yeah? The welfare is well taken care of. So I highlighted in the dotted box the tools, the slaughter, and the knife and the slaughter position. And that's a new emerging quality concept. Not the eating quality, the bottommost, but of course the more important one is the ethical quality, the welfare. Halal is also another component of ethical quality. But again, as in Surah Al-Ma'idah, verse 87 to 88, halalan and toiban should be regarded as, as one concept. Okay, so we are the public, no matter where we are, So we are the consumers, and we are also there to drive the halal meat industry, through awareness, ethics, and of acceptable integrity. So with that, I thank you very much, Professor Moderator. Thanks a lot. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Dr. Awais Karni, for giving excellent presentation based on the research, which really is very knowledgeable and important. That whenever the butcher uses the knife, it should be sharpened. As per Islamic rules, that knife should cut the nails. And you have also proven that if the knife is sharp, there will be less pain, and the animal will be in less strain. So animal welfare is very important as far as our Islamic Sharia perspective, and we should all observe the animal welfare so that the meat will be halal. Otherwise, we will make it suspicious. Once again, thank you very much. And our next speaker is Dr. Abdul Sattar Shah. He will speak on, he is Director KP Food Safety and Halal Food Authority, Government of Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, Government Pakistan. His topic is current status of halal policy and future prospects for developing halal food systems in Pakistan. Dr. Sattar Shah, please.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على سيد الأنبياء والمرسلين وعلى آله وأصحابه أجمعين. Honorable Chairman, very respectable organizing committee of the Thailand Halal Assembly, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum warahmatullah. I'm Dr. Abdul Sattar Shah. I'm working as a Director Technical in KP Food Safety and Halal Food Authority. I'm also the member of Pakistan Standards Steering Committee and also the member of the Halal Standards Committee, Food Safety Standard and Food Quality Standard Committee. Today I will talk about the current status of the halal policies and future prospects for the development of the halal food system in Pakistan. Before proceeding to the presentations, I will talk about the role of the KP Food Safety and Halal Food Authority. Overarching goal is to ensure the halal, safe, healthy, and nutritious food. And the beauty of the KP Food Safety and Halal Food Authority is we are working at the same time on the food safety and quality, as well as we are working in the halal food. I think this is the unique authority in the world that we are working at the same time on the halal and safety as well. So, what is our mandate? Our mandate is to regulate and monitor the food businesses, to provide licensing to the food businesses, product registrations, formulation and adaptation of the standards, ensure the products sold in the market that it should be halal, it should be safe, it should be healthy, and it should be fit for human consumption. Scientific advice to the government, provincial governments, and to ensure the quality of the food through the analysis, mean testing, awareness sessions through the print media, electronic media, and means social media, training of the food handlers, medical screening of the food handlers, and food fortifications. What are the key challenges in the food we have? Adulteration is one of the big challenges. Haram ingredient, I will show some of the slide, and we have almost banned 25 different products which contain the haram ingredients, misbranding, mislabeling, pesticide residues, heavy metals, and food allergens. Pathogens, plant and animal pests and diseases, food allergens and labeling. There are so many other issues. Here I will show some in the slide that these are the product which we have banned. Actually, these are the imported products which contain the haram ingredient, just like even 20 color, just like means wines and some other gelatins which are haram, and which were identified, recalled, and banned, and shared with the other authorities in Pakistan as well. So here, these are the shocking slide. You can see the pork mince wide bean. You can see where it is. I think it's working. This is. It means, and here it's mentioned halal. It is one of the shocking example. You can see here this product. It was the imported market, and we have interest, and we then identified and banned it. And here you can see the fruit, and this is one of the best company of Pakistan, but unfortunately it contained the, we found the E120 colors, and then we take action according to the law. Some other products, you can see MMs which contain E120 colors, gelatins was traced in it, was the source was haram. So we are working on some these products. Adulterations, these are the other examples, calcium carbide, which is used for the ripening of the fruits. This is not haram, but it's health hazard it contains. Pesticide residue, you know, the pesticide residue is a big issue, and it can cause a lot of the problem and even cancer. The halal market in the world is, as mentioned yesterday, different, that more than $3 trillion. But the Muslim, mostly it was occupied by the non-Muslim country, Australia, New Zealand, Brazil, and the contribution of the Muslim country is very less. Misbranding, mislabeling, you can see. I will go through a little bit fast because there are a lot of sliders, and I have just 20 minutes. So according to the Quran, Ya ayyuhannasu kulu mimma fil ardi halalan tayyiban, it's mentioned that in the Holy Quran, eat in the earth which is halal and tayyib. You know, halal means the animal should be halal and it should be slaughtered according to the way of Islam, and tayyib, it should be free from all sort of the contamination, that is physical contamination, chemical contamination, microbial contamination. Our food is halal, but we can't export due to the quality standard and safety standards. So it is really much important. We have to focus as well on the quality standard and the safety standard as well. So benefits of the halal food. What are the health benefits of the halal food? It is safer to eat, it enhances the metabolism, its taste is better, it is more hygienic, it's stress hormone free, it improves the immune systems. Non-halal food items are also mentioned by the colleagues. What are the reasons of the non-consuming haram items? Text of the Quran is mentioned in the Quran, Ya ayyuhan nasu kullu mimma fil ardi halalan tayyibun, harmfulness. The animals or the haram ingredient contain chemical and intoxications, filthiness, impurities, and human dignities. These are the reasons we shouldn't use the haram ingredients. 1 Kg of chicken, 1 kg of meat, 1 kg of pork, 1 kg of chicken, 1 kg of lamb, 1 kg of lamb, 1 kg of chicken, 1 kg of lamb, 1 kg of chicken, 1 kg of lamb, 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 1 kg Risk of the improper slaughtering, my colleague shared already. Okay. Structure of the Pakistan halal system, there are two structures. One is federal structure and other is provincial structure. In federal structure, we have Pakistan Standard Quality Control Authority, PSQCA, Pakistan National Accreditation Council, PANAC, Pakistan Halal Authority, Pakistan Council of Scientific and Industrial Research, halal certification bodies. And at provincial levels, we have authorities and KP food authorities mostly working on halal as well as on the safety and quality, and other food authorities are now thinking and they are going to start the work on halal as well. And issues and challenges. Increase the load of new adulteration, foodborne diseases and haram ingredients, inadequate technology infrastructure such as high-tech laboratories, sophisticated instruments, no organizational structure of the national level for food control systems from farm to tables, technological are rapidly changing in food production, handling, processing, storage, marketing and distribution, developing technological and scientific-based food control systems with a focus on consumer safety, harmonization of the quality and safety standard and halal standards for international food trade, urbanization, globalization, and industrialization, and changes in the lifestyles, lack of consumer awareness and advocacy, availability of the item in the loose form, and lack of the research in halal especially. Future prospect way forward for the halal, food fraud and adulteration, haram ingredients, important to create such a database in Pakistan to ensure the halal, safe, healthy and nutritious food. In the developed country, they have the database properly regarding the food safety and quality, and we need to develop the database on halal as well, food safety and quality. Capacity building of the regulator is much more important. Consumer awareness, they are definitely very much important. Awareness through the school, college and universities. Evaluation in the regulations, scientific-based enforcement mechanisms, strengthening the testing capacity, avoid overlapping and duplications, traceability from farm to fork. You know, everybody can play the role. Farmer can play the role, the producer, the transporter, processor, even consumers, retailer, everybody can play the role in halal and safety and quality. So everybody should play. Muslim countries should develop the comprehensive halal food system and guideline. Organization of the Islamic Conference, the Organization of Islamic Conference countries, including Pakistan, that have expertise in halal process, should engage the businesses with non-OIC countries who want to develop their halal industries. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Star, for giving very brief and precise presentation regarding the regulatory system in KPK, Pakistan. So I must appreciate your efforts being made to have the safe and halal food for the population of Pakistan. So next speaker is our Dr. Pompimol Mahmood. He is Assistant Director and Research at the Halal Science Center, Chulalongkorn University, Thailand. He will speak on a topic, molecular-based approaches for detection and quantification of animal species material in edible gelatin. So, Dr. Pompimol, please.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone. I would like to be, I'm glad to be here with you today. I would like to present in the topic of molecular-based approach for detection and quantification of animal species materials in edible gelatins. First of all, I would like to give you the overview of my talk today. First, we will start with the source of gelatin in the world. And next, we will talk about gelatin production and usefulness of the gelatin in the food industry and pharmaceutical products. And next, I will give you tell you about the identification of the source of gelatin. And finally, I will tell you about the gelatin replacement products. Let me start with some general information of the meaning of gelatin. Gelatin is derived from the Latin word gelatus, which means firm, frozen, and gel formers. And gelatin is polypeptide derived from the collagen, the main protein component of animal connective tissue, including bone, skin, and tendon. This slide shows the collagen is a large family of protein found in the extracellular matrix. It's a key component of the many tissue in human and animal tissues. This figure shows the structure of animal tissue. The collagen, gelatin, and collagen, the animal tissue, collagen, gelatin, and collagen peptide. Okay, sorry. When the animal tissue were heated and extracted, they were broken down into the collagen. And then the collagen were heated and treated with the acid or base. They were broken down into the gelatin. And after that, gelatin were heated and treated with the enzyme. The gelatin was broken down into the collagen peptide. Okay. Do you know that the source of gelatin of pig skin, from pig skin is the most common in the world? The type of raw material used in gelatin manufacture depends on the livestock available in each region. In Europe, pig skin are the most important supplier of raw material, followed by the cattle skin and bone. Gelatin has many use in many food industry. I give you some example. Gelatin may use in the confectionery mainly for providing chewiness, texture, and form stabilization. And also in edible film for confectionery. And gelatin used in jelly desserts to produce the creaminess, fat reduction, and mouthfeel. Maybe gelatin used in dairy products to provide the stabilization and texturization. And maybe gelatin used in meat products to provide water binding and coat meat product to reduce color degradation. And also used in fruit topping or pasty, instant gravy, instant sauce, and soup. Gelatin used for stabilization in ice cream, cream cheese, and cottage cheese, as well as in food foam and fruit salad. And also used in canned meat product to hold juice lost during cooking and to provide the good heat transfer medium during cooking. And similarly, gelatin has many use in pharmaceutical products, such as hard capsule, used for powder and granulate medicine, and used in soft capsule in film coat tablet, then make a tablet harder and more stable. So the origin of gelatin is considered as a crucial issue for consumers due to their health, culture, and religion concerns. For example, Muslims and Jews are forbidden to consume porcine-based products. And also Hindu cannot consume beef, and vegetarian cannot consume animal products. Also, and health issues are further matter of worries. Most of collagen and gelatin are derived from cow and pig skin. The epidemic of some animal illness, including as bovine spongiform encephalopathy or foot and mouth disease, is a show limit on the use of animal collagen due to the risk of transmission to the human. So many researchers attempt to analyze the origin of gelatin, and they try to use protein-based approach to identify gelatin sample. And however, gelatin contains highly degraded protein from high temperature and pH treatment. For example, enzyme amino acid or ELISA. ELISA method adapt to determine the presence of the gelatin in confectionery products. And the assay is only suitable for the screening approach and it do not determine the species origin of gelatin in the product. Next research is Fourier transform infrared or FTIR. It can identify bovine and porcine gelatin using calibration method, but the chemometric is required to improve this method to complex of the spectra. Recently, many research try to analyze liquid chromatography, high-resolution mass spectrometer, but the problem of the LC-based approach is generally false positive. This is because gelatin and collagen molecules have a lot of repeat sequence motifs, and as well as wide range of hydroxylation sites and a lot of them. On the other hand, DNA-based PCR techniques is widely used as DNA is more stable during processing than the protein. DNA may be extracted from a small sample in the biological tissue, and PCR-based species identification method produce high accurate and sensitive results. Several studies have to successfully establish the real-time PCR technique to analyze the porcine and bovine DNA in gelatin mixture and capsule. In my recent research, our team developed the digital doublet PCR to analyze the gelatin capsule and distinguish between porcine and bovine origin. Digital PCR is generated using water in oil emulsion doublet, and the sample is random partition and allowed to amplify the million operation. After the amplify, the endpoint doublet leader calculate the positive partition by Poisson analysis. This study used a species-specific primer with double quencher hydrolysis probe to detect the bovine and porcine DNA from gelatin capsule products in Thailand. First step, the species-specific primer and probe were designed based on a mitochondrial DNA sequence in the target of porcine and bovine. And then samples were prepared by extraction, and then digital doublet reaction mix and prepare then the reaction and then produce the doublet generator and then amplification PCR of the DNA. And finally, the PCR positive doublet will finalize a positive, determine the target DNA template concentration. This slide shows the 2D demonstrate of the optimal condition using duplex digital doublet PCR assay. The x-axis represents the fluorescence associated with the bovine, and the y-axis represents the fluorescence associated with the porcine. And the results show porcine positive. The blue dot of the fluorescence will show the scatter plot. And the results show the bovine positive. The green dot of the fluorescence will show on the scatter plot. Okay. And the specificity of the species-specific duplex digital PCR system was optimized using 12 non-target species, such as goat, sheep, dog, deer, clam, fox, squid, salmon, tuna, shrimp, duck, and chicken. The result confirmed that no cross-reaction was observed in duplex digital doublet PCR assay. And the figure A show the blue dot, blue plot, only the bovine species in line 1. And the figure B show the green dot in line 2 for porcine species, and no cross-reaction in this method. For quantification, we prepare the tenfold dilution of 10 of the DNA from bovine and porcine gelatin mixture, 0.1 to 10 power minus 5 microgram, nanogram per microliter. On the LOD of the duplex digital assay was determined the lowest concentration input DNA with coefficient of variance of less than 25%. In this table, the LOD of test was found to be 0.001 for the bovine, 0.1 nanogram per microliter for the bovine DNA, and 0.0001 nanogram per microliter for porcine DNA. Okay. This duplex digital droplet PCR assay was used to identify the species-specific bovine and porcine gelatin in 55 capsule products from Thai supermarket. We use 19 dietary supplements, 7 pharmaceutical capsules for women's health, and 10 pharmaceutical capsules for health enhancements, and 19 pharmaceutical capsules for household remedies. And the results show that 2 dietary supplements sample contain porcine DNA, and 6 dietary supplements contain bovine DNA, and 6 pharmaceutical capsules for 2 women's health and 4 household remedies contain bovine DNA. Okay. And the remaining 38 and 2 dietary supplements and 1 dietary and 1 enhancement capsule sample test positive for mixed bovine and porcine. And remaining 38 tests was negative, perhaps due to the fish, poultry, or plant-based capsule gelatin. In this method, we conclude that the assay quantify target species DNA from gelatin capsule include hard and soft capsule at 0.01 nanogram per microliter for bovine sample and 0.001 nanogram per microliter for porcine sample. And this assay use primer and probe with specific primer and probe sequence and to analyze the bovine and porcine gelatin species was accurate, sensitive, and able to detect gelatin capsule adulteration. And this analytical method for evaluating the origins and purity material are needed to prevent cross-contamination and assure purity. Let's move on to the alternative products of gelatin available around the world. If you are the producer or manufacturer, you will provide some. We will provide some example alternative products that we use to replace animal gelatin. Alginate can be extracted from brown seaweed, and it can be used as a thickener agent and stabilizer, gel former, and film forming agents. Carrageenans can be extracted from edible red seaweed. It can be used as a thickening agent, viscosity emulsifier, and gelling agent. Cellulose can be synthesized by plant and also produced by some bacteria. It can be used as a thickening agent, anti-caking agent for food. Arabic gum consists of the hardest sap of the acacia tea. It's harvested from the white tea, mostly found in Sudan, 80%. It can be used in a thickener, emulsifier, and stabilizers. Pectin is composed of complex polysaccharides that are present in primary cell wall of plant. It can be extracted from citrus, apple, and beet plants. It can be used as gelling agents, thickening agents, stabilizers, emulsifiers, and emulsion. Xanthan gum derives its name from the species of bacteria used during the fermentation process, such as Xanthomonas campestis. It can be used as the thickening agents, viscosity stabilizer, fat replacer, and foaming agent. Okay. And modified starch are the plant-based ingredients or additives used in food derived from cereals or maize and wheat and potatoes. This starch has been enhanced to provide food textures and structures. This brings me the end of my presentation. I would like to thank Associate Professor Dr. Vinay Dahlan and our lab team members, and thank you for your kind attention. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Dr. Pampol, for giving a very good presentation based on your original research for the detection of different species. Really, such type of research is needed badly among the Muslim countries. So thank you very much. I will now request the participants to please ask one question from each speaker. 4 questions from the participants.
Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I'm Muhammad Zubaidi from Polish Institute of Halal, Poland. Thank you for very interesting and comprehensive presentation. I would like to ask about the knife sharpness, particularly in chicken abattoir, where the slaughterman has to slaughter about 2,000 chicken per hour. And at the current situation, we use parameter time to determine when we have to change the knives. But in practical, not every knife have a similar condition. In certain hours, the slaughterman need to sharp again, and we don't know when we have to sharpen the knife. Do you have any suggestion what kind of indicators that we can use in practical to measure the sharpness of the knives? Thank you.
Thank you very much for the question. Actually, yeah, talking about practicality, while you are in the processing plant, yeah, I can accept, well understood. You won't be able to get your knife, sharpened, from batch to batch. It is rather impractical, yeah. Something that, you won't be able to do. But maybe you could consider few sets of knife. The slaughterman, each slaughterman should already have like at least 10 sets of knife. After all, knives used for slaughtering the birds are not so long. Probably they could, put around the waist. Yeah. So once the 10 sets of knife are already used, there should be one personnel who would come into the slaughtering section and pass or hand over the next 10 set of knife as a replacement. Fresh knife, freshly sharpened knife. I can understand because if you use one knife, at least if you slaughter 20 birds using the same knife, the last bird, the bird number 20 would suffer the most because knife gets blunt quite easily, from the first to the number 20. I hope I have answered your question. Have I? Thank you very much. Right.
Yes.
Assalamualaikum, speakers. I have a question for Professor Awis. Again, this is with regards to recently sorry. So this is with regards to a new type of slaughter that we were made aware of, which is the vertical cut slaughter. So apparently it's prevalent in Europe, and we also found out that the cut is start from the heart right up to the throat. So we would like to just get to know the perspective in terms of the Sharia and the scientific perspective, whether this is permissible or halal in the Islamic terms. Thank you, Professor.
Thank you very much again. Yeah, I'm fully aware about a motion in the UK to introduce more or less similar like thoracic sticking, right? Stabbing on the chest rather than transverse section on the neck. Is that what you are trying to share?
This is basically just the cut itself, because we've seen the conventional type of slaughter, the four type, followed by the thoracic sticking.
Yes.
But this is straight away to the heart, vertical cut up to the throat.
Yeah.
Just that way.
Okay, thanks again. Okay, exactly. Because in 2006 or 2007, if I'm not mistaken, Malaysia, we found out that there's a procedure which was not declared earlier by one of the certified abattoir, halal certified abattoir in one of the countries that we are importing even right now, which is the thoracic sticking. So thoracic sticking is performed to ensure that, coming back to the short video that I've shown you just now, the false aneurysm, yeah, in adult cattle, unless the cut is made between the cervical 1 and cervical 2, the vertebra. So according to Gregory Neville et al. In the UK, they have come up with a recommendation that the cut made between C1 and C2 would lead to the shortest time for the animal to collapse. But lower than that, animal will take longer time. So in that case, that is also why thoracic sticking, is performed to ensure that when there's a clogging of due to the first cut, the transverse section, the blood usually will backflow. The oxygenated blood will backflow while the heart is still pumping, and in this case, the blood will go through through another route, alternative route known as vertebral artery. Vertebral artery would ensure that the oxygenated blood could still be supplied to the brain. And this result to longer time taken by the animal to attain death. So that's why thoracic sticking should be performed within 30 seconds. Why? Because through thoracic sticking, you are actually disrupting a structure known as brachiocephalic trunk. It's like a Y junction. From the artery, so that's another junction, leading to the alternative route. You are actually disrupting the junction, so that there won't be any more blood escape, or supply to the brain. So that will hasten the cessation of the brain function. Okay, for the European country, they are thinking along the line that to exclude the first transverse section. Right away you can stab the chest of the animal, which is the thoracic sticking actually. Yeah, actually, I have a video, I don't mind sharing with you later. Thoracic sticking results to more blood pouring out compared to the first transverse section. Yeah, talking about whether it is valid or not, it is valid. Except that the practice is a little bit, uncommon. Yeah, but of course, there must be more work to be carried out by the scientists, Muslim scientists in particular, working alongside to work together with the ulama, so that both scientific perspective and the Sharia are, complementing each other. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Professor.
2 questions more.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Thank you very much for your presentation, and thank you, Prof. Avis, for your excellent presentation. Very happy again to meet you here. And regarding to your very excellent presentation, I want to ask you, beside, for example, the position and knife, sharpness, is there any other factors to alleviate the pain during the slaughter? For example, in Iran, before the slaughtering, we sip some waters to animals, but we haven't done any experiment that this really works to alleviate the pain. My specific question is that these two factors, there are other factors than the sharpness and the position to help animal during the slaughter. Thank you very much, Prof.
Thank you, Dr. Said Jafari. Yeah, thanks for the question. If I could respond to your question, of course there are other interventions pre-slaughter, in particular, to alleviate pain in animals. Before slaughter, immediately after slaughter, until they are dead. And then the one that is more commonly employed or adopted by the industry is the pre-slaughter stunning. Yeah, I know it's still debatable, controversial, I would say, especially when it comes to the application of the mechanical stunning. Yeah. Anyway, the greatest challenge that we must address is it's a matter of striking a balance between welfare and the halal status. So we got to uphold the sanctity of halal without compromising the welfare. That is what it's all about the halalan and toiban, the ihsan. So not easy. Right? For example, if we come out with a stunning regime which is 2 miles, 2 miles is closer, very close to, for example, like, understunning. Understunning means it is not an effective stunning. So might as well you don't carry out the stunning practice. So if we are too cautious about halal, we may, compromise the welfare by understunning, intentionally or unintentionally. But if we are too concerned about welfare, we may be employing a stunning regime which may lead the animal to death, or probably at least to irreversible condition, irreversible unconsciousness. Yeah, a comatose state, for example. Without any medical aid, the animal will not be able to recover. Okay, so the challenge is still there. That's why in UPM, we are among a few institutions in the world. We are collaborating with the European counterpart, as well as the IIFA, International Islamic Faith Academy, to ensure that we could optimize stunning regime, be it mechanical, electrical, gas, or the most recently developed by the Australia, using the electromagnetic field, the heat, the microwave. Okay, I hope I have answered your question. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Last question, not from Brother Awais, from any other other three participants.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. Myself, Dr. Khurshid, and I have a question related to the presentation from Dr. Muhammad from the Halal Center of Chulalongkorn University. It's about the LC-MS-MS. So what is the role of LC-MS-MS after you do the PCR, or are they connected? So could you throw some light on this topic? Thank you.
Hello. Could you repeat your question, please?
Actually, I have a doubt, a little bit doubt. What is the role of liquid chromatography, like you use LC-MS-MS, in the identification of bovine or porcine or any other gelatin types?
Okay. For LC-MS-MS, I reviewed the research on other papers, but in our laboratory use the LC-MS to identify the bovine and porcine gelatin samples, and we can detect, we can identify porcine and bovine with the 5 peak or 5 5 marker, okay, sorry, 5 marker to confirm the peak of the porcine or bovine. Some paper identify only 1 marker I think it's not enough for the detection, for the identify porcine and bovine. So.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your answer.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to congratulate the honorable speakers who really gave excellent presentation, and there were a lot of information available from each presentation. I have 3 suggestions that since the halal is very important for Muslims, and the Muslim population is 1.6 billion, so in order to provide them halal food and halal other cosmetics, pharmacy, traveling, all other essentials, there is a need to have the education institute or university who can impart the halal degree program, because presently we have very good Sharia experts, very good scientists in their respective field. What we are facing problem when we discuss with the Sharia expert regarding scientific aspect, and vice versa, when the scientific experts are being discussed with the Sharia expert, they are not they could not fully understand. So there is a need to develop the program for halal science in general, and later on we should go for specialization, halal science in food technology, halal science in cosmetics, halal science in pharmacy. So this is my first suggestion. The second is, as Dr. Vinay has taken lead to develop the alternative ingredients. For example, they have started to find out plant-based gelatin. So the other Muslim countries should also work on the alternatives, because mainly our ingredients, especially emulsifiers, thickeners, they are derived from animal sources. So we must look into their alternative approaches so that we can extract from plants which will be halal, and there will be no suspicious when we prepare any product. So third is the dissemination of the research problems and the journal information for the Muslim countries. We must have the International Journal of Halal Science. It should be through the CIMIC platform, so that our research papers must be published in that journal, and it should be disseminated throughout the Muslim countries. So once again, I must give appreciation, and I am grateful to Professor Vinay, who really provided us opportunity to assemble in this morning, and we discussed the problems facing with the halal activity. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, our moderator and speaker, for such an insightful event. I would now like to kindly ask Associate Professor Dr. Vinay Dahlan, Founding Director of the Halal Center, Chulalongkorn University, up on the stage to present the Certificate of Appreciation to our moderator and speaker. Starting off with our lovely moderator, Professor Dr. Fakir Mohammed Anjum, Vice Chancellor, International University of Gambia. His Excellency Ihsan Ovud, CIMIC General Secretary, Professor Dr. Awis Kurni Zazili, Director of Halal Products Research Institute. Dr. Abdul Sattar Shah, Director of KP Food Safety and Halal Food Authority, Government of Khyber. And Dr. Ponpimon Mahamat, Assistant Director and Researcher of the Halal Science Center, Chulalongkorn University. May I ask all of our speakers and moderator at the center of the stage to take a group photo? Thank you very much for such a lovely session. May I remind you to complete the online evaluation form, which is through the QR code at the back of your name tag, and also to remind all participants that this afternoon from 2 p.m. to 3 p.m. you are able to sign up for the site visit if you would like to visit the Halal Science Center here at Chulalongkorn University. You can follow the registration on the QR code. And we will proceed with the next session on blockchain-based traceability for halal products and services. May I invite you to our speaker of this session. It will be Professor Dr. Ahmed Safa, College of Technological Innovation, Syed University, UAE, and Professor Dr. Noel Abdulatif Mami, Professor at University Mohammed Lamin Debajin. And our moderator for this session will be Assistant Professor Dr. Paradon Suripong, the Halal Science Center, Chulalongkorn University. Dr. Paradon has a PhD in dual degree program at the University Lumiere Lyon, France and Chiang Mai, and he is currently the Associate Dean for Research and Innovation at College of Arts, Media and Technology. Please welcome.
So, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah wa barakatuh. Dear His Excellencies, the VIP guests, keynote speakers, attendants, and all the audience. Okay, I'm Pradon Suripong. I'm Assistant Director of the Halal Science Center, Chulalongkorn University, and very honored to be a moderator for this very interesting session. Before I introduce our keynote speaker, I would like to tell a little bit story of this special session. Just start from really not so long. It was just a small talk on the stage that how the ICT, the digital technology can be combined with the Halal science and the Halal industry. It was just an idea. And from an idea that initiated by Dr. Vinay Dalan, it's become a small session in all the Thailand Halal Assembly event. And also this event, we have a really interesting keynote speaker from various countries, and they're trying to put an effort to be here. But unfortunately, in some of our keynote speaker has some limitation in terms of the visa, and the travel on this kind of event is not easy to get the long queue of visa and so on. But anyway, they are trying very hard to prepare the information and exchanging the knowledge. And since we have limited of time during our session and before going for lunch and Juma, then we will make use of this time as well as possible. Then I would like to say that we have 3 keynote speakers at this session. The first one keynote speaker is Professor Ahmed Safa from the College of Technological Innovation, Said University from UAE. And we have speaker from Algeria, Professor Dr. Noel Abdul Latif Mami. She will be present online, but in video recorded because it's 4 a.m. in Algeria. And also Professor Ahmed Mahura from Faculty of Science, Department of Mathematics and Computer Science from University of Paris. So he been effort with us, but unfortunately he was sick last night, but then we will cover his topic, yeah. And this is very interesting. The topic is the blockchain-based traceability for halal product and service. We were discussing yesterday that our session might not limited at only the blockchain, but it should cover how we can adopt the digital innovation, digital technology, and the idea of ICT in the halal. And we see that a lot of opportunities that we can combine it, and I see that the ICT, the software, can support the halal industry. This is a big issue that we should discuss, so we would like to also take this opportunity on this session to be more interactive. If you have a question, if you have any comments, if you have any idea to share with us, then please feel free to do. Then we will go to the first presentation, which is the video recorded by Professor Mami from University Mohammed Lamin from Algeria. So the teams can play the video. And if you have, for sure, if you have any questions, we are here. We have been discussing about this session for quite some time. Then we are very happy to respond, even from the video recorded from Professor Mami. Yes.
Hello, everyone. First and foremost, I'd like to thank you for this invitation that I had today. And I apologize for not being able to be with you today in person. This is because of some visa issues, but I really congratulate every one of you here. I'm really sorry because it's too late here in Algeria. Actually, I'm recording the video at midnight and 8 minutes. So I apologize for any tiresome effects. But first of all, I'd like to thank you and thank all the audience for being here. I will try to summarize my presentation in some very main elements to speak about halal food and also about technology-based agreements and technology-based innovations for halal food. I am Noel. I come from Algeria. I am the Vice Rector in charge of international cooperation, and I hope that after this conference we will be able to collaborate further. In order to start, let me first of all share with you my PowerPoint presentation. So actually, when we speak about halal food, we need to speak about some new innovations. We know that technology has recently spread all over the globe and didn't leave any realm of life without interference. Although mainly used in applied science, health, biology, and technology, it has also interfered in aspects that are more secular and have close linkage to our inner thoughts and convictions. As a matter of fact, increasingly, public awareness of food quality and safety has prompted a rapid increase of food authentication of halal food, which covers the production method, technical processing, identification of undeclared components, and species substitution in halal food products. Using technology to detect halal food has very recently been in vogue. This urges the existence of research into analytical research or into analytical methods to obtain accurate and reliable results for monitoring and controlling the authenticity of halal food. Many applications have been developed in this sense in order to develop consumers fit with the components of halal food, while at the same time discovering a new industry about products. Thus, we can ask some questions about when did this kind of industry emerge? What extent is it efficient? And are we able to detect all molecular systems through a simple smartphone click? The urges for extensive research into analytical methods to obtain accurate and reliable results will help provide actually the different comprehensive impartial overviews of recent studies on the analytical techniques used for halal food authenticity. We should also know that these halal food authenticity methods have started since 1980 and have been developed up to 2021. And over the decades, studies to improve the methods for halal food identification have been conducted. In addition, methodological developments and novel emerging techniques, as well as their implementations, have been explored in the evaluation of halal food authentication. And this includes, as you can see here, in the development of this paper, starting from the 1980s to the 2020s, the different developments of all those technologies and techniques used for halal food authentication. So you can recognize, for example, in 2014, dielectric method, 2015, dielectric method and thin layer gross gel electrophoresis, until we go here to bacteria counts and artificial intelligence, which is now in vogue starting from 2021. So here we can speak about food categories that require halal authentication as well, according to these techniques and methods. We can illustrate the different advantages, the disadvantages, as well as shortcomings using the use of all approaches in the halal food industry. If we look at this diagram, we can recognize that there has been a lot of research on the diagnosis of halal food. And according to some research centers, for example, the globe Muslim population, and also the evidences that have been brought, currently halal industry is officially listed as a worldwide market. And according to this, specific processing as well has assorted some ingredients in food products such as gelatin, genetically modified foods, and pharmaceutical products. And these really necessitate some techniques in order to detect this chain and also to supply change standards of halal food. Muslims also and non-Muslim consumers who purchase halal food products because of health, environmental, and quality concerns have diversified the market. So we can see Or we can say that Muslims can only use halal products that meet specific requirements. And we know that when we speak of halal products, we speak also from a lighter side about haram products, which are totally prohibited in Islam. And these can be alcohol, pork, etc. However, we need also to look at the timeline that is shown in order to see the discernible trend in the technologies used for halal food authentication, and also to see where this has been brought into advance, especially about authentication methodologies used along with a reference. Currently, many efforts have been made to develop more effective halal authentication detection systems. However, there is no discernible trend in the methodologies employed for the verification of halal food, and this, as we have seen, starting from the 1990s to 2021, as shown in this figure. Over the decades, studies to improve the methods for halal identification have been conducted, and conventional techniques such as dielectric and electrophoresis were employed to detect halal components before the invention of polymerase chain reaction, the PCR, in 1984, and the PCR has been commonly employed by electrophoresis since its introduction. Additionally, spectroscopy techniques have been used throughout the decades, and they have recently become popular in combination with some other data processing and treatment. We can see also that various review papers on authentication of halal food have been published, and halal certification has been required for all types of food, particularly meat products. This actually has been because meat products are a major component and they are essential for human dietary. Also, another reason is that meat and meat products are becoming more prone to illegal adulteration, replacement, and misplacing as their demand increasing and price rise. So because here halal food are more easily available in the market, now then authenticity of halal food products has become a major concern for Muslims and non-Muslims. So if we speak also about these aspects and these food products, besides pork, halal food must be alcohol-free. Alcohol in particular, ethyl alcohol or ethanol alcohol, is widely used in food production or as a byproduct in food processing. Furthermore, it is necessary for Muslims to consume the meat of animals slaughtered using proper halal methods and in accordance also with Islamic rites. Porcine, gelatin is widely used in industries, and this haram product is marketed not only to Muslims but also to vegetarians and people allergic to swine ingredients. Another thing when speaking about halal food is speaking about also some candies, gummies, pasties, and mushroom lalawars who are more among the confectionery products that use gelatin. In this sense, we need to look at all these categories of food to see the pigment introduced into gelatin, for example, which has a very high retractive index. We look also at some shifts that are reflected out as it passes from a substance with a low refractive index to a pigment with a high refractive index, forming a protective barrier against harmful light radiations. So as you can see, knowing and stating all these aspects and all these harmful effects and the difficulty to distinguish between all those ingredients in halal food, there have also been GM foods which have attracted the attention of halal food consumers. If we speak of GM food, this is relatively novel food technology in which food is derived from GM organisms. A GM organism is one whose genome has been modified or replaced to express the desired physiological trait. And this has been also defined in order to help understand what halal food must be free of. And this is also a reason why some researchers have also claimed that halal food must be free of GM elements. We will look at the table in the types of foods required for halal authentication. And here we are going to see how these developments have been carried out in order to compare some techniques that we have been presenting in the table below before about the PCR, the electronic nose, or what we call the e-nose, and often about other techniques which have been used because the sample preparation is more complicated and more time is required for the distinction. Conventionally, there has also been some advanced techniques for the verification of halal food. And for this verification of halal food, there was also some type of food samples needed for halal authentication. So here we can recognize the R&D, and the R&D has been also developed in order to reach novel breakthroughs for halal food authentication. Conventional methods and research on novel advances for the evaluation of halal food authentication in various types of food products have been discussed a decade ago. So we can find the RD, as I have been explaining, to address needs such as low-cost portability and real-time and on-site analysis. Point-of-care devices for halal food authentications are also useful because they enable rapid screening. There is also another element in these conventional techniques which have been also developed for the verification of halal food. We can find the 7 food pillars launched at Halal Test Kit, porcine trace rapid test kit raw meat. We have also the halal test kit to detect the presence of pork in food in 2014, the PCR and e-nose, the gas chromatography mass spectrometer with hand space analyzer, high performance liquid chromatography, the molecular spectroscopy that provide validated and reliable results. They're all required for the confirmation and the verification of the results. This means that we must ensure free and compulsory good quality techniques in order to detect this food, halal food-free ingredients. We have other elements, as you can see here, the electroforces, for example. And for the electroforces, actually, electroforces is the movement of charged particles in a gel under the influence of an electric field. So the electrophysis on a polysaccharide gels has been used to distinguish meat from various animals species. Actually, when we use this gel electroforces of meat extract, we can conduct on a polysaccharide gel a glass tubing with a running time of approximately 40 minutes per sample. Thereafter, if we look at this method, the gel we remove can be followed by a fixation of a naturally colored myoglobin band. And the result indicates that the protein patterns or the bands of each meat are specified and distinguished. And thus the gel, which is used actually in conjunctions with other equipment such as the PCR to separate the DNA fragments according to their size, is a really good method. Actually, the electroforces is very much linked to the PCR as well, because various methods we use with the PCR to classify the species of origin in meat samples. And here they are based on protein and DNA analysis. So you can see here how the development is undertaken in order to be able to compare the conventional PCR, the PCR southern chip hybridization, and the novel development and innovation approach for authenticating halal foods obtained from meat products. This is again another element. Another example of adaptation or of detection of food, of halal food, starting from the new researches, is the eNose. And the eNose, as you can see here in the diagram or in the figure, it is a device or a detection system designed to mimic the biological olfactory system of humans. So it is based on semi-selective sensors interacting with volatile compounds or components that causes a physical change of the sensor during the absorption of the volatile components of its surface. So as you can see here, for example, we have the different kinds of pork, chicken, mouton, beef, etc. And the chromatography mass spectrometer here in the detection and quantification of meat adulterants is able to give us some GCMS data, both qualitative and quantitative, with characteristics that are associated with the eNose signals. So in summary, if we want to speak about the e-signal or the eNose, it is a suitable means for the identifications of adulterants in meat products, and also its availability and ability is significantly improved when it is integrated with the MS. Another element or another technique which is very much used in the detection of halal food and its importance is the GC. And the GC is a separation method. So if you can see here the different diagrams, the intensity is very important to detect and to study. The GC is a separation method widely used to analyze volatile and semi-volatile substances, including aromatic components in food science. So it has various detectors for qualitative and quantitative analysis. It also studies the pulses, the signals, quadruples, or the ion trap mass analyzers with raw resolutions. It is really an authentication of halal food after evaluation of qualitative detection and distinctions of pork from other types of meat, for example, or also other components in the food ingredients. This also separates lard from beef, tallow and chicken fat, etc. We have also another element, which is the biosensors. Maybe we will, in order to not to lose many time in the presentation, just to tell you, the biosensors are used to analyze beverages and meat products, and they help do so in a very real time and on-site monitoring. And this is very important. So this is just to say that over the recent years, various advances, analytical techniques have been evaluated for their suitability for food authentication, specifically for halal food products owing to food adulteration. Also, evaluation of halal food authentication has previously been conducted by panels of trained human experts, but this conventional approach has various disadvantages, such as the lengthy procedures, high cost, and its subjective results. As a matter of fact, recent advances and technology offer various advantages over the conventional approaches, including speed, accuracy, objectivity, reliability, environmental friendliness, and lack of sample pre-treatment. So we need to look more specifically on some extended elements and methods to the same food source. This is something that we need to investigate more on in halal food technology investigation. And based on this analysis, I think that biosensors have the greatest potential in the future. We need to concentrate on biosensors because they help detect halal food in the future as a point-of-care device to accurately and rapidly identify food products containing pork, alcohol, and other prohibited meats. Actually, this is really a very interesting topic to talk about, linked to technology, ICTs, and also artificial intelligence. Let's talk and investigate further in future conferences. By this, I thank you very much for your patience. And thank you for everything you have elaborated on this conference. I hope that next time we will meet in person. Thank you very much, and I wish you good luck for the rest of the conference.
Okay. Thank you, Professor Mami. Even it's a recorded video, but it was very interesting and very inspiring. Actually, we have discussed during our discussion before the session. We have done several video conference trying to prepare this session as the best. And Professor Mami, she's the expert in the artificial intelligence, how to make use of the data science, this kind of thing. We were discussing about the e-sensors, how we can apply the e-sensors in the halal detection, halal science, these kind of things. And one thing that we discussed during our discussion is the data science for the halal industry. For example, we have, I know that we have many data scientists here, but the problem is we just make use of a small portion of the data from the machine that we analyze. You can see from the event of the COVID-19. That's why we produce the vaccine very fast, because the combination of the human knowledge and the AI and the simulation, this kind of thing, make use of this kind of technology. So it fosters the process of developing the vaccine. This is very interesting that we should looking forward, and maybe the next Thailand Halal Assembly we can have a full day session about the ICT in the halal industry. And I would like to move forward a little bit from the data science. Professor Mami talked about the AI, artificial intelligence in the halal industry. This is also one thing that's still many domains to explore, because AI is like human. They have to learn. They have to learn to be the expert in that domain. And to make them learn, then we need the data for them to learn. And the AI for industry, AI for the lab, AI for tourism, AI for finance, this kind of thing, economics. This is very interesting for halal industry as well. And if you shift a little bit from the AI to the robotics, in the future, we all know that sooner or later we will have to cooperate with the robot, even you like it or not. Okay, what is going to happen if you go in the factory, in the SME, even in the restaurant, and you don't see human working on the process, you just see the robot, and how you audit or inspect this kind of robot? Then you have to start from the coding, so they don't take this haram or najis in the process, because you cannot ask the robot to answer you the question. Then this is kind of things. This is very inspired by our preparation system. But I will also moving forward a little bit to something that we already been existing, like sharing economy. We are in the world of sharing economy. Start from the Grab, Grab, Uber, this kind of thing. We order food delivery, and for sure we order the food from the halal restaurant, halal coffee shop or whatever. Then it's been shared in the same box of haram or contamination anyway to you. And then this is just the beginning of sharing economy. In the future, it will be shared. Even the restaurant, it will be shared about Sharia, fintech, Sharia finance. But still, we have a lot of things to work on. Even the cryptocurrency, or we're going to forward for the smart contract, whatever, which is covered in our session. And one other thing is the material science. If you can see that now the plastic will be used less and less, and your bottle, your drinking bottle can come from bio material. And bio material, I've been to Singapore last month, and seeing a lot of new biomaterial. in the expo. So it's come from the used, fishing net, eggs, fish, whatever. It's not come from the petroleum anymore. But the problem is how we has been, working very hard to audit the food. Now we have more jobs. We have to audit the packaging as well. It's not come from the plastic anymore. This is a lot of things that ICT, that digital innovation can be covered, and I'm sure that it's a lot of work for us. Because we have a very interesting talk from Professor Ahmed Safa from University Said University, sorry. And you can take 20 minutes, and then we can come back and discussion for the Q&A. This should be very interesting. The mic is yours. You can use that podium. Please.
Salam alaikum. So salam alaikum from Emirates. So I am Professor Ahmed Safa. Currently, I'm working for Zayed University. So when traveling to the Halal summits, there was two questions occupying my mind. The first one was how halal science and technology is defined and perceived in the community. So I thank Dr. Vinay yesterday in his talk that really answered to my questions. There was clear definitions of what we mean of halal science, and that the fact that it's different from Sharia or science or Islamic sciences or something. Then I was able to start thinking about my real questions, how to leverage and cross-pollinate halal science and software technology. I'm from the field of software technology, so I spend almost my entire life in and then I think that everyone agree when we state that software technology and ICT is the pillar and the ground of the economy today. And when we talk about digitalizations and going to digital worlds and so on. And I think this, you can understand it very well when you look at the COVID crisis and what was the role of technology there, to make everything online, like educations, banking, and working. And without technology, I think you can imagine how was the crisis with and without technology. So then I strongly believe that software technology has the potentials to be a disruptive innovations that will create a new business model for halal farming and the underlying business processes. So what I'm trying to do is showing you some examples of systems and software systems that we have created from my own experience, and telling you how this can be aligned with the halal, or how they can support the halal and the promotion of halal and etc. So just quickly, Zayed University is a federal university in Emirates. It has a special status, and it has been founded by the father of the nations, Sheikh Zayed rahimahullah. It is located in two places, in Dubai and in Abu Dhabi. We have two major campuses, but we have female sections, male sections, but we have also programs where there is for males and females and so on. And I'm from the College of Technological Innovations, which means technology, IT technology-driven innovations. Like in my academic journeys, just to tell you a few words, I'm a software engineer. And I have been educated in engineering schools in France. So I did my PhD, and I work for many companies as a safety critical system. So my job was to create safety systems. So even my first job was to create software for nuclear power plants. But I was dealing with the human factors, like those human factors that influence systems like safety and security and so on. Then I have a kind of international career path. So I was for a long time full tenure professors in Canada for almost 15 years. Then for another 10 years in Europe, in different countries in Europe. And then recently, during the last 2 or 3 years, I'm working in UAE, but I still link it to my previous universities. And hidden in my CV, I have a kind of humanitarian's path where I was really applying the design thinking issues, like using design as a way of solving societal problems. So I work for many places around the world and so on, including for UNESCO and so on. Now, what I usually did, what was my works, my daily works as a professor, is mainly developing softwares and dealing mainly with the user interface aspects. So these are some of these words are common to you, like augmented reality, virtual reality, wearable devices that are now more powerful computers, and including the concepts of metaverse, all these virtual worlds that are being created beyond stories that we have today, like Facebooks and so on, and virtual realities and so on. And one of the things that probably it's one of the issues that I want to highlight in my presentations is all these persuasive strategies and technologies that we have in IT to build sustainable user engagement. Just one example that I gave you, many people did not realize it, but games today themselves are designed and created to create dependency, to create addictions. So you did not see it necessarily in the game, but the game, and that's why, for example, people have a kind of addictions, because these technologies did that, really did that. So if we have time, we can discuss it. From another perspective, as I said, I was dealing with all what we call the human factors related to software systems. How to make software accessible for different types of communities, for minorities, for elderly people, for young people, for people with disabilities, how software can help for learning, the usefulness of this technology, also the privacy issues, that are related today to many technologies, like when you use Facebook or when you use any website, they are collecting information about you. They are collecting data. So it raises issues of privacy and so on. So my job is to deal with this type of factors, but we consider them as quality factors. Now, in the most recent years, we were creating AI-based system, artificial intelligence-based systems. So they are systems that embed somehow some sort of intelligence. Still, that my questions were related to three new factors that are emerging, and more they are moving in the digital world, more these factors will be important. And I refer always to the examples that happen. We were working online for 2 or 3 years. We were not meeting with people. Our kids was having schools online. Then it came the questions of happiness. Like, how do we be happy in this real world, and how this technology contribute to happiness, how this technology is helping us to be more sustainable, and how this technology is making us more engaged as citizens and contributing to finding innovative solutions for food security, waste of resources, natural disasters, and so on. And again, these factors for me are new quality factors for all these software systems. Now, so many people they use the words artificial intelligence and they put it in their speech, even politicians and so on, as a way that it is going to solve magically all our problems that we have. But it's the human who are intelligent, actually. System are not. All what system did is they are embedding some of the artificial intelligence algorithms, like deep learning, machine learnings, and creating a new type of functionalities of systems that have the capacity of making some reasoning, and maybe solving a new type of problems that software were not solving in the past. You know, in the past, software was just doing repetitive tasks. For example, calculating the payroll. You give some data and the system will calculate the payroll, whatever the number of employees you have. But today, they are assisting people, they are assisting doctors in surgery, they are assisting farmers, and etc. So they are solving a new type of problems. The story of this type of artificial intelligence-based systems, it's not new. I was a student in the 80s, and at that time there was a story about expert systems. But for some reasons, they were not as popular as today, because the technology at that time, the software technology and the IT technology, was not able to run efficiently the algorithm. But today, computers are more powerful, they are more connected, then they have more memory, more processing capacity to handle in short times and help in making decisions. So that's the thing. Now, just to give you concrete example about what software systems are doing today. This is one of the projects in which I was, I initiated, starting from 2010 until 2014. So for 4 years, we were inspired by the movie Avatar, if some of you knows the movie Avatar. and we created a helmet, a new type of helmets that collect data, and it's the helmet for firemen. So as soon as the firemen put the helmet on his head, it starts collecting informations because it has so many sensors. And all this information goes to the mobile computer which was attached on the arm of the fireman. And like you can attach any type of things. And then all the information is sent remotely via ad hoc networks to the central monitoring things where you have the coordinations and the control centers, and where we can see where the avatars are, so where the people are. And with this type of system and all this data that we created and the use of artificial intelligence algorithm, it was possible to assist people in making decisions. Now, it doesn't apply everywhere, but you have to consider the case of hostile environment, like inside a nuclear power plants, where there are, and where it's necessary to have this type of assistance. So it was a prototype to demonstrate the powerfulness of software technology merged with interactive media technology, like whiteboard for interactions, and also the use of new devices, things. Actually, they are things. Now, when I moved to Finland in 2014 until 2018, I have been working with my PhD student on another type of system. And the system was a kind of smart, intelligent trash. We said, like, there is no way that a human will contribute to recycling unless we are able to green their mindset. So I said, one of my students said, why we didn't create an intelligent, smart trash which has different boxes, and it's this trash, when you present an object, it will tell you what you do with it. Like if you have plastic bottles and you have the bottle from the top, so you have to remove it, because these two things, you have to put them in two different bags. Now, the students were working on this, and like with me, and they said, okay, maybe we can connect all this trash together. They are smart. They can communicate via the network as we did as humans, and collectively, all together, they can make the city more smart. By, for example, like giving award to the persons who recycle more and so on, educating kids and so on. So it was a huge software development project in which there was a lot of PhD, postdocs, and colleagues involved from different disciplines. It was an interesting experience, even to promote the, you know, the 5R slogan for sustainability, like reducing, reusing the material, recycling, repairing things, and so on. Previously, in the past, I was also working on other type of systems, like the first one, which was an experiment with an artist for digital arts, like immersing yourself in a total digital world by using a helmet and using your breathing for moving inside this virtual world. We applied this to bioinformatics and the genome and the way that we can explore DNA. And this was the examples, like by moving your body, you can immerse yourself inside the genome and learning about that. So these are examples of the project. When I moved to Finland, when I moved to Emirates, I start more working on looking to AI-based systems and how they can engage farmers and citizens and all the stakeholders in a kind of sustainable conceptions of natural resources. You know that agriculture uses a lot of water, and more there is not so much water, including in some specific country. Recycling, like there is a lot of waste of foods, and the massive use of fertilizers and so on. I know this domain very well because I came from a farmer family. All my family are farmers. I'm the only one who goes outside the farming field. So now we have partners from Algeria, from France, from Uzbekistan, from Emirates, and inshallah we will have also some partners from Thailand and so on to contribute and participate in this initiative. So what the project is, the project has two dimensions. One is really to try to see how much technology will engage farmers and citizens to solve sustainability issues, like for example, waste of food. But from the other side, you know, as researchers, we have always in mind some fuzzy, flying ideas. And my idea is that I want not just to use technology to connect the human between them, but to connect the human with things. And this scenario explained to it. And actually, it's a tree somewhere that is talking to the farmer. Like the tree will tell you or send you an SMS in the morning or whatever you want, or join you on Facebook telling you, you know what, I need some water because it's hot today. If you did not do anything, there will be no fruit this year. And from the other side, the farmer can ask the tree, how are you feeling today? You know, people who are not from the field of IT, except probably Dr. Pradhan, they said, what is this? This is not going to happen. No, no, this exists. This exists and it's possible today. You need just to add some sensors to your tree, and all of the sensors are connected to small computers. Like we have very small computers like Arduino. You can even put it in your garden, and it takes that it is connected to the internet, and you will get all the data that you want. The thing is that then is where artificial intelligence came to turn this data into informations that are useful for you, like to understand that your trees and your field need water. So that's what we are trying to do. Like in this type of projects, we are trying to connect things with people. Farmer talk to a French chef, and also trees and things. So that's what we are trying to achieve in this type of projects. Now, human-plant interactions, as I said, yes, today it's possible that a human can talk to plants, and many of the things that I'm listing here, it's doable, technologically speaking. From the other side, plants to humans, plants can also tell you many things. You know, like I was dreaming that a forest one day can tell us that how we are affecting our daily behavior is affecting the forest. It's doable. Like today, like it's really doable. Now, the second or the big pictures of these projects that we are trying to create is we want to connect people with humans, like as humans, with things and with sensors, and everything is collaborating together to collect data and collectively making decisions. So the informations can come directly from systems, existing systems. It can come from mobile phones that people collect informations, or it can come from different types of devices that exist today, including drones and including sensors and including traditional things that meteo stations and the weather devices for collecting informations and so on. We are doing this, like we have two experimental farms. One is in Algeria, and the second one is in Emirates, where we start deploying this type of things inside the farm.
Professor Safa,
yes, I will very quickly conclude. Just give me. Now, when we collect data, we can use a new innovative technique for visualizing data. And these are here examples of virtual reality, augmented reality. It's different. Augmented reality consists of combining data that comes from the real world with data that are on computers to metaverse, where we immerse the persons in totally digital worlds. I will skip this because these are technicals that I have like for people who are interested to know more. As I said, these are my fundamental research questions, because if there are some students here, so I can answer them after and so on. So what we are mainly doing is via these two farms that we are creating a kind of living labs. So it's structures where to bring together farmers with citizens and so on, and making digital farms, like creating the concept of digital farms to exchange all this data related to the issues of sustainability, and making that people can exchange informations between them. Like, if the farmer from Algeria did not give the informations to the farmer from Emirates, the tree in the farm of Algeria will tell the palm in the field that, you know, here is what the farmer is doing for me good, so you can ask your farmer to do it for you in Emirates. So there are explanations of this living labs and how it works and so on. Now, one last thing that I said is, when we explore technology, and I'm a technologist, so I can easily develop technology, but I always look at the technology, the feasibility of the technology, doability of technology. So is the technology today, is possible to create this type of things? Yes. Now, but we have to look at them from the user perspective, also from the people who will be using. Are this technology easy to use? Because if you create a technology that no one knows how to use, it will not be useful. And also the business perspective. And when putting together these three dimensions, it's the only way that you create an innovations that will be useful, profitable, and usable and sustainable. So for those that are interested, so you can easily find research papers and so on. So today was not my talk to tell you about research, but just to bring these examples of what we mean by AI-based systems and the type of system that are creating, and hopefully that some of you now can help me to solve my second question, which was how these things can apply to halal. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Safa. This is a very interesting talk. You touched domain about the AR, VR, virtual reality, mixed reality, metaverse. Who knows? We're going to have a meta factory that not allow us to be in the factory, but we have to inspect the factory by virtual realities in the future. These kind of things can happen. There's many discussion about this might be not a joke, but halal metaverse. You know that when this was proposed to the world, the metaverse, there's many abuse in the metaverse. The sexual harassment, bad word, and our kids going to be in this world. Then it's for us, for researchers, for scientists, for the social science to think about what is going to be the halal metaverse in the future. It looks like a joke, but then we will face these kind of things, like before we have the social media. Then we have a few minutes, let's say 3 to 5 minutes for question, and I'm open this floor to the participant or anyone has the question or suggestion, some idea to share, please. So you can share with us what your project or your question, your idea. Yeah, actually there's many interesting topics that unfortunately Professor Ahmed Mahura cannot join. He would talk about the cyber security, how can we protect our innovation, digital innovation, and also we would like to invite you to look forward to something like traceabilities. We are now only the traceability of halal, but in the future we have the traceability of the toyib. For sure, we are talking about organic, non-chemical, non-GMO, and how we can guarantee that this halal organic product, halal organic fruits, halal organic things are assurable organic things. This is very important. That's why we would like to discuss about the blockchain and things, and about the decentralized certification. In the future, it might not be one certification, as you see from the bank. There are more centralized, decentralized. So this can be the things that we discuss together. And we can see one question from behind. Okay, the microphone, please. And the last thing that we would like to cover is the DAO, decentralized automation, autonomous organization. These kind of things are the things that going to be a big word in the future. So we have one question from the back of the room. Yes, please.
Thank you very much for your presentation. My specific question is that what is the most benefit from AI-based system in the halal industry, or maybe in halal tourism? How are you connect this AI-based system and technology and halal business?
Yes, as I said, like, I cannot, I have some like possible potentials of this type of systems for halal, but I did not have really a formal proof today to tell you how this has been applied successfully and what are the real benefits that we can get. But I can tell you only what I'm expecting to see compared to other fields. Like, AI-based systems are mainly systems that uses a large set of data to helping people making decisions. Like, if we have a product and that product is being sold or being available in certain markets, for example, in a certain country. And we already knows something about that product from elsewhere that you did not know. But we have the data from elsewhere available that when you want to make decisions, it can search and find that there are other experiments, other things that happened in other countries that you will know immediately. So when you have a very large set of data to analyze, so that's where the systems can help. But as I said, I did not have really an example of a real world working system today to tell you here are the benefits.
Right. I can give you one example of the AI for the halal industry. For example, and you are right, at that time we cannot say that, okay, this is a AI for halal. But think about this. Now people buy, how often that you see the real product before you purchase it? Now we are less and less go to the shopping center to buy the product, right? We cannot easily see the halal logo on the product anymore. Now we buy it from Shopee, Lazada, whatever. We see the logo, you might not even see the logo, you just see that, okay, this is halal because it's put on the platform or you buy from the halal platform. And in the future, you may not use less and less platform. You might talk to the AI, and many US citizens now purchase a product using the Alexa, you know, Alexa from Amazon, Siri or Google, because they put everything in the shopping list, and they say, Alexa, buy this for me. And you know that if you don't have this kind of AI or halal AI, halal chatbot, this kind of thing, then they will not tell you that, okay, sir, this product is not halal certified, or it might contain this kind of thing. This kind of AI can be complementary on the day life and your halal industry for the consumer. So this is just one example, and for tourism, there's many, yeah.
So if I may add, like if you just, like today, it's possible to develop this type of application. With my mobile phone, I can go to any shop and scan the ingredient of a product, any type of product. And the systems will tell me if this is, has something against halal rules. If it is already certified, like it can give me informations, etc. But as a consumer, I didn't know all this, you know, especially when you read the product, for example, and you are in a country that you did not even speak the language, but you see AIS and E and 220, 240. So you didn't know what are all these things for the common citizens. So with your mobile phones, you can easily scan these informations and you get the answer that you want, yes or no. There is no need to go in all details. And to have this answer, yes or no, we should bring and put together data coming from different sources. You know, including these presentations that we have seen yesterday and today here, and all these surveys, because it can be added automatically to all this database and so on. So that is an example.
Yeah. This is we have done this kind of big effort at Halal Science Center on the H number of how to apply the how Q and how plus into the production system. This kind of things will help, you know, us in the future to develop our own AI, our artificial intelligence in the future. So I think we finish our time, and very happy to discuss after the session. We'll be here until the end of the day, and if you have any discussion, we can do it later on. Thank you very much for participants, and thank you, Professor Safa, for being our speaker. Even Professor Mami, she's not there, but also send the video presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Assistant Professor Dr. Paradon Suripong and Professor Dr. Ahmad Safa. Now I would like to kindly ask Assistant Associate Professor Dr. Vinay Dahlan, Founding Director of the Halal Science Center, Chulalongkorn University, to come up on stage and present the Certificate of Appreciation to our moderator and our speaker. Professor Dr. Ahmed Safa, College of Technological Innovation, Zayed University, United Arab Emirates. And Assistant Professor Dr. Paradon Suripong, Assistant Director of the Halal Science Center, Chulalongkorn University. Thank you very much, Dr. Vinay Dahlan. Now we have come to an end of the morning session, and I would like to remind you that there will be a Friday prayer in the room 804 and 805 for the gentlemen. The azan will commence at 12:15 and the khutbah will start at 12:20. Our next session will resume at 2 p.m. And also I'd like to remind you that there is a site visit at the Halal Center, Chulalongkorn University, so you can sign up via the QR code. So see you again after the lunch break at 2 p.m. Thank you.